How about voice? Is there voice? So you guys can hear my voice. Okay, that's good. We're on the road. How about some game sound? Are you getting game sound now? That would be the next impossible challenge to overcome. Welcome, Magus. Good to see you. Pastor S. Kelly. The strudel is here. That's nice. Okay, we got game sound, we got voice, we got music. Got the whole shebang, so to speak. Okay. Well. Okay, so let's get started. This character is obviously pretty high level already. So I'm going to just talk through a few things as we go along. This is just sort of casual gameplay, and I'm still wrapping my brain around what exactly Brewster's next objective is. I've recently just been knocking some quests off the list because they seemed like they were in keeping with things that Brewster would do. So, but we're kind of at an inflection point in the story here where he has to make some choices, and I'm wrestling a little bit with the role play. So I'll clue you guys in on kind of what's been happening so far as we go along here. And if you'd like to provide any input, feel free to do that. I'll monitor the chat as best I can. Game sound is good. Excellent. Yeah. Yes. So, I hope that you will all join me today for some Dark Souls gameplay. Okay. All right. At this point, there's some confusion for Brewster on what to do. I'm like vacillating back and forth about what the next thing is to do. I think maybe what we'll do is we're going to go back to Solitude, and we're going to gather up Eola. She has been our partner in crime for most of this playthrough. And then we'll take it from there. Okay, so a little bit about Brewster. He is Bosmer. And part of this, well, really the focus of this whole Community character challenge was to create a character that enters the game basically having amnesia and allowing the game to sort of pull you down a path. Well, that's easy to do when you say it. It's easy on paper, but it's a little harder in practice. Especially if you have a character that doesn't really naturally gravitate towards any one of the main quest lines, which Brewster does not really. So I've been kind of piecing things together as I go. There have been a couple of times where I've retconned a few things. I've played through a little bit and then like, that just doesn't seem right. So I've gone back to a previous save and played it through a different way, in a way that made me feel like it was a better fit for where Brewster was and what his objectives might be. So it gets a little bit messy, but it's super enjoyable, and it's kind of how I like to play characters anyway. I like to respond to what's going on in the environment, but if a better idea comes to mind or something more interesting comes to mind, then I will definitely retcon a section and do it over in a way that makes me feel like I'm connecting with a character more deeply. So okay. So Brewster basically appears in Skyrim in the Reach. And I just went with a random start.
If you're heading to the Blue Palace, you might want to rethink that outfit.
Actually, we're going to go this way. Castle Dower, that's where I want to go. Sorry, guys, I'm a little bit all over the place here. I'm trying to make some decisions. Plus, I got a little bit of COVID brain fog going on right now. This way. So I'm using Skyrim Unbound. And so I did kind of a random start just in terms of location. And when Brewster comes to his senses, he finds himself
Remind us of our place when we forget.
outside an orc stronghold, specifically the stronghold of Dushnik Yal in the Reach. He's dressed in nothing but rags, and he doesn't really get what's happened to him.
Let us walk in the steps of the divine.
So, just as a reference point, that's kind of where I started with all of this. Okay. Yes, Strudel, it can be like a real bear sometimes to figure this stuff out. The other thing I want to mention, just this is going to be a pervasive issue. You know, you can see I'm displaying my frame rate very tiny in the upper left-hand corner. I am running an ENB, but I do not currently have it active. So what you're seeing is sort of default Skyrim lighting at the moment. And I'm doing it so that you guys can see what's going on. The ENB that I'm using kind of makes things pretty dark, which is kind of how I like it when I'm playing it normally. But so that you guys can see what's going on, and for the sake of frame rates, we're going with the vanilla here. So Brewster appears, right? He wakes up. He doesn't know what's happened to him. And he wanders off to Solitude. And in Markarth, because Markarth is the closest city. He finds his way to Markarth. And once there, he has an encounter with Eola, who seems to understand some things about him that he's only discovering himself in that moment. He connects with her, he helps her out, he becomes a follower of Nymera, and he becomes very quickly the champion of Nymera. And he and Eola start to hang out together, right? For a little while. And then Brewster kind of catches wind, of once he's had a chance to really see what the cult of Nymera is all about. He's not happy with it. Okay? And it's not that, cannibalism is something that there are aspects of it that are just part of Bosmer culture. So intrinsically, like he understands that, he doesn't really have a problem with that. What he has a problem with is the Coven's motivations. They seem to be doing it because it is taboo. Because it's considered taboo, they seem to be doing it strictly for that reason, and he sees sort of a higher purpose for the practice than what the Coven is espousing. So he leaves the Coven. And once he leaves the Coven, he starts to develop his own philosophy on why you would do these things. Why you would eat flesh, hominid flesh specifically. And at first, it's really just nothing but him thinking about it. It's not so much a philosophy or a religion or anything like that. It's just his opinion, right? And he makes his way to Whiterun, and he stumbles across an opportunity to take control of an apple orchard and a cider house. He doesn't open the cider house to the public, but what he does do is he starts brewing cider. He finds, hey, you know what? I've got a green thumb. I can do this all day long, and I'm really enjoying it. And one of the things that I discovered about Brewster in that moment is Brewster is a name that he sort of assigned to himself based on a letter that he found in his pocket that referred to him as Brewmaster. And so he took on the name Brewster as sort of shorthand for Brewmaster, and he's adopted that as his name, even though he doesn't really understand what it means. Okay? So that's where the name Brewster came from. So that's what that part is all about. So he opens this cider house. He starts meeting people in town. He starts making business connections, and he starts producing batches of cider. And eventually, what ends up happening is he develops this philosophy of his own about eating hominid flesh. And to him, maybe in part because of just the way his brain works, and in part because of something that maybe he recalls from his cultural background as a Bosmer, that eating the flesh of your enemies is a way of taking on some of their power, right? Like there's something there to gain by it. There's something honorable about it. And it doesn't take long before he realizes that the area around Whiterun is rife with bandit activity. He's attacked multiple times on the road. Bad things are starting to happen. And so he goes on this campaign where he starts to systematically eliminate bandits in the area around the city. He harvests their flesh and anything else that might be useful off the bodies. And he begins incorporating some of that stuff into the way that he brews his cider. And then he distributes the cider to people in the city and to other cities, thinking that what he is doing them a favor by giving them back power that the bandits have taken away from them. So, All right. So that is kind of his philosophy. He doesn't like how the Coven operates because he feels like they're doing what they're doing strictly because it's taboo and it's wrong. And his opinion is nobody eats hominid flesh because they say it tastes so much better than any meat they've ever had. So what is it then for the Coven? And his determination is that for them, it seems to have something to do with the fact that it's taboo. They seem to be obsessed with the fact that eating flesh makes them somehow outsiders in society, and they crave this idea of being an outsider.
Should we get moving?
We're going to leave Rumarin here. I'll talk about Rumarin and how he ended up in the mix a little later. I'm going to dismiss him. Hang out here, dude. All right. Hey, Pearson, nice to see you. So hopefully everything's making sense so far. So he's traveling far and wide around, just kind of around, mostly around Whiterun. But then he starts taking little expeditions to other cities. Mainly because he wants to make connections amongst other people who are brewers and cooks and all this stuff. He catches wind that there is a restaurant that is for sale in Solitude. And remember, his goal is, in his mind, he wants to save as many people as possible. He wants to give them their power back. So to the extent that he can expand his influence and he can distribute the flesh of bandits across a wider array of people, to him that's a mark of success. So that's kind of what he's pursuing. During that time, he wanders through Labyrinthian, and he goes down into a cavern inside of Labyrinthian, a barrow, I guess, where he encounters a sentient Draugr who is the remains of an ancient Nord princess or queen. And he has an engaging conversation with this ancient queen who's been dead for thousands of years since the Merethic era. And in the end, he has this engaging conversation in which they talk about history, they talk about philosophy, they joke. She actually translates some dragon tongue for him. And in the end, he does her the favor of putting her out of her misery, and he gives her a respectful burial. And it's at that point that he realizes that there needs to be some urgency about changing the direction of the Nymera Coven. And so he travels back to the Reach, and he meets with Eola again and says, hey, you need to stop defiling graves. You need to stop eating dead bodies. You need to focus on the idea that this is taking power back, and that consumption of your enemies in that effort is very different than raiding graves, right? So that's kind of... Where did she go? Oh, here she comes. She does her own thing. And so at that point, he takes on Eola as a follower, and that's sort of like where I think the second chapter starts. And she begins to travel around with him, and I imagine them having conversations about what's acceptable and what's not. Let's get her sorted. Hey, girl, what's shaking? Let's do a little reset here.
You're one of Namira's faithful now.
You seem confused.
Let's get going then.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to do. So, anyway, it's an opportunity for them to travel together, and I imagine them having many spirited conversations about the motivations. And for doing this in the ways of worshiping. And I sort of imagine Eola coming around to his perspective on things. And so as a way to sort of reflect that in game, you know, I have them spending quite a bit of time together. Let's do this. We got to get her sorted. She's having trouble. Okay, back forth. Back. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Ooh, I get it. Oh, it's so. Oh God, yeah. Yeah, she's having some god dang troubles. We might need a load door or something to get her sorted. I don't know. We'll see. I'm using the followers as companions mod that allows the follower to walk with you side by side. It's a buggy experience. It can be a very buggy experience, but in my estimation, it's worth it. Just having them walk side by side plays out the ideas I have for the story so much. The idea that they're friends, right? And that he's not the boss. That they're equals. To me, that's huge. So I've been willing to deal with it, and I did have to like go back, retcon some things, because originally I was using the extensible follower framework, and it didn't seem to play very nice with this mod. So I went back to amazing follower tweaks, and it's a little bit better. But I was so into this idea of them traveling side by side like this, it worked with my story so well that I was willing to put up with it. So it's sort of like you just have to be aware that, you know, you've always got someone on your right or your left. It's sort of like driving a motorcycle with a sidecar on it, right? You can't do all the same things you would if you were just driving a motorcycle. You got to compensate. So like when I go through doorways like this, I'll kind of hug the left-hand side so she has room, you know, that just stuff like that. When I'm going around people, I'm trying to keep in mind that people can't pass between us. There has to be, we have to go around the left or we have to go around the right, and I have to just leave enough room. Every once in a while, I may stop and walk for her to catch up like that. Or I may just keep doing my thing and say that, you know, she's off doing her thing, and she'll catch up when she catches up. Okay? So we kind of got past the whole chapter 1 idea, right? Now they're traveling around together, and they're talking about these philosophical ideas about Nymeria and what it all means to them. And like I said, I imagine Eola coming around to the idea that there's a better way to do things. There's a higher purpose. It can be about more than just taboo, about being an outsider, about being quote unquote wretched and different. And that there can actually be something ascendant to it. And this makes sense to me because I feel like it's a function, you know, like Brewster's beliefs are a function of his cultural upbringing, and that even though he doesn't remember his past, some of these things are just ingrained in him, right? So that's kind of how I'm thinking about that, I guess. Yeah, I love the idea of debate also. So when they're just walking like this, I'm imagining in my head that they're talking about things. They're just talking and talking. I mean, they've spent, you know, so much time wandering Skyrim together. Think of all the things that they would talk about, all the conversations they would have. Now, the other thing that I did here, this is, so you can see Eola, she's got her makeup on under there, right? What I did is I created this idea of a symbiotic relationship between them as well. Brewster is basically a druid. I mean, he's highly specialized in alteration magic, and also restoration magic. He uses some conjuration. He uses almost no illusion or destruction spells. The other thing that he's into, obviously, is cooking. He's got a gift for it. He's also into alchemy and speech skills, stuff like that. Well, the way that I've been kind of playing this out is what I noticed about Eola as a follower is that, hang on.
Give up while you still can.
What I've noticed about Eola as a follower is that, and I'm sure all the followers probably do this, for some reason it was more noticeable with her that periodically she would cough and stuff like that. And I thought, okay, what if Eola is sick? What if she's got some kind of chronic illness? And then once I put her in this garb and I put the face mask on her, the war paint really makes it look like she's got some kind of condition, right? And I thought, how can I strengthen the relationship between them? And so I created this kind of symbiotic scenario where Brewster is badly in need of help. He doesn't remember who he is. He knows nothing about where he is. He needs somebody who really understands Skyrim. And Eola knows Skyrim like the back of her hand. She was born and raised here. So she is helping to guide him, and she is helping him wrestle with this idea of finding out who he is and what his purpose is. And in exchange, he is helping her out. He's helping her out by essentially acting as her personal traveling doctor. So one of the things that I do a lot in combat when I have followers with me is I will use unbreakable formation, which is a great spell for me to use for practical reasons, but oh shit. Whose shit list are we on now? We are on a lot of people's shit list. Okay. I'm getting distracted. A little higher. Ah, shit. We need to get out of here. She's going to go in there and fight. I'm going to run, understanding that I can't really pull her away from the battle so much. I just need to get in a situation where it's harder for her to fight. So we're going to flee. Okay. See if she's she coming? Yeah. Come on, let's get out of here, man. Let's get out of here. So anyway, they have this symbiotic relationship, right? He does everything he can to keep her healthy. And she does everything she can to help him as he struggles through these issues, trying to figure out who he is. And there are different clues that have been presenting themselves that he's been chasing down, but he doesn't know anything about Skyrim, so he basically needs a guide, and she is serving as his guide. So that's kind of like the symbiotic relationship between them. Okay. So that works pretty well. So essentially, they pal around together for a while. They're having these philosophical conversations. We worked on a couple of, simple like notice board missions and stuff like that, gathering alchemy ingredients. And one of the things that I did was picked up a quest to gather some mushrooms for someone in Dawnstar. Obviously, we did that. That led us to Dawnstar. That led us to a conversation with the alchemist there, who wanted us to retrieve a ring, which led us to Forsaken Cave. We retrieved the ring, but while there, Brewster sees something that looks like a secret door that appears that it can only be opened with some kind of concoction. There's a bowl there. He puts the pieces together to understand how it functions, right? And he knows that Forsaken Cave is important. And he just logs that in his memory, and we move on. Well, eventually they end up in Windhelm, and they learn of the White Phial. He already knows of Forsaken Cave. So they agree to go get the White Phial. As Brewster is thinking about this, he's thinking, well, the White Phial has the ability to replenish any liquid that's put in it infinitely. If I come up with a powerful healing potion and I put that in it and I give the White Phial to her, to Eola, even if something happens to me, if I die and I'm dead and gone and can't help her anymore, she's got the White Phial. It's basically a continuous source of healing. It basically secures her future and her health. So they've done that. They haven't had the follow-up mission arrive yet where they can actually fix it. I'm sort of waiting for that to land. And that's kind of how I ended Chapter 2. All right. So there we go. So then we get to Chapter 3. And I am just, these aren't chapters that I'm kind of making them up as I go along, as momentous things happen in the story. I just say, okay, let's put a bookmark in that because that seemed important, right? So, no, a wench on each arm. Yeah, I got it.
Drink honey brewed mead with a wench on each arm?
Okay.
I'd rather have 2 bottles of mead than 2 wenches.
Okay. So Chapter 3, things get dicey in Chapter 3. I knew that eventually what was going to happen is somebody in Whiterun was going to catch wind of what he was doing. They were going to understand that this delicious cider that they'd been drinking had been basically spiked with hominid flesh or something like that. And of course, people were going to have objections to that. But I didn't really know how and when it would happen. Well, basically, what happened is that I was wandering around Whiterun, selling some potions and different things like that, and for some reason I can't understand, the guards started attacking Eola. Just like we saw in Dragon Bridge, guards attacking Eola. And so, a couple things there. One is, I decided to play this off as Eola having a reputation You know, she's probably not known by everyone, but in certain circles, she's known to, you know, be a person of ill repute for whatever reason. Either, you know, background as a bandit or a murderer or a worshiper of Nymeria, you know, an unapologetic cannibal, I guess. So she gets attacked, and her and Rumarin start going nuts on the guards. Brewster fled to the front gate and had his own encounter with the guards at the front gate. And then this whole chapter of fleeing Whiterun and fleeing the authorities began, which
What do you need?
I'm totally fine with.
Anything else?
I was looking for kind of a reason to do that. Quick light. There you go. So that worked out pretty well. Okay. So those are kind of the broad strokes. As it is right now, they left Whiterun. They fled into the forest. They went basically from bandit camp to bandit camp, commandeering their camps and using them to hide, eventually making their way to Solitude, where they went down into the sewers in Solitude, eventually finding their way all the way through where is he? There we are. Okay. So on top of this, there's a whole overlay of story, which I haven't even talked about yet. Okay, I'm so sorry for this. It's like drinking from the fire hose, right? Because it's hours and hours worth of gameplay and many levels. So around the end of chapter 1, during their many wanderings, they encountered Anissa's cabin, or Anissa's, Anissa's hut in the woods, not far from Riverwood. And for whatever reason, she attacked them. They killed her. And while investigating the basement of the cabin, he discovers a book called A Paper Mirror, which, if you're not familiar, that is a book and a series of books and a quest added by interesting NPCs. The cool thing about the Paper Mirror is it basically tells a story that uses Brewster's name. It uses your character's name and your character's race. And the books seem to have an element of prophecy to them in that they're referring to you and telling your future. Well, of course, for a character like Brewster who doesn't understand who he is, this gets his attention very, very quickly. That paralysis is something, tell you what. And basically, the book tells him that you are going to go to the tavern in Dawnstar, and you're going to meet this guy, and these are the exact words that you're going to say to him. So, while we were already making trips to Dawnstar anyway, we took the time to do that. We went and talked to this guy and used exactly the words the book said to use. And we learned from him that he was a bandit and he wanted to get revenge on his old bandit crew. And a guy who was formerly his friend who basically killed all of his loyal followers and took over the crew and all that stuff, right? Okay. So we agreed to help him out and met him at the appointed place where we helped him defeat his enemies, and then he turned on us and we killed him, and we found volume 2 of the book on his body, and then we also found volume 3 of the book in the bandit camp, the bandit hideout.
I knew it.
Here we go.
You remind me of my cousin's cat. Know that too.
My cousin's cat. I haven't heard that line before. That's a good one. Okay. We'll take the water. So, okay. So, we kill those guys, and then we get this whole prophecy, right? You know, it's telling us that we can find another book. Any book that specifically mentions his name in it is an obvious, you know, an obvious lead to who he is. And within the books, the name of someone named Argus is mentioned. Argus is basically portrayed as being a fence. But what we find out through the books is that the bandit that we decided to do work for was told by Argus that Argus...
All right, hand over your valuables, or I'll gut you like
Really?
a fish.
Walk away.
Well, I can see you're not one to be trifled with. Let this be a warning to you.
Exactly. She thought better of that, didn't she? Let's go. So this Argus basically agrees to find a spell sword to help him take back the bandit camp, right? And so Argus is somebody who's on our radar. If we could find Argus, because supposedly Argus is the one who hired us, that's what, you know, this bandit thinks. We know that that's not the case because as far as we know, we've never met Argus. Well, a little bit of research into Skyrim tells you that, you know, in the vanilla game, the house Carl for the house in Markarth is a guy named Argus. So I thought, okay, maybe I can use that, and I can say that the next step on his road of self-discovery is to track down Argus. So then it becomes an issue of, well, how the hell do I work that into the story? First of all, how does he know where Argus might be? Because he really doesn't have any motivation to become a Thane. That's really not his thing. You know, and Argus is this kind of bit player type of character who doesn't really appear unless you become Thane, unless you've purchased a house and all this stuff. And so I thought, okay, what I decided to do was basically pull some pieces together myself. And what I did is I said, if you want to track down someone in Skyrim or prove their existence or something like that, probably the best thing to do is to go to whatever, you know, sort of historical or governmental records you can. And I thought, okay, well, maybe what he could do is he could go to Solitude and he could try to go through the military records to see if there was a mention of anyone named Argus ever serving in the military who might still be alive. And so my rationale there was, okay, why don't I go to Solitude and I'll put together a little stealth mission for myself where I'll try to infiltrate the headquarters of General Tullius, and I'll look around his personal quarters for anything that I might be able to use as a prop to indicate that I found the information. So that basically plays into, our Chapter 3 scenario, where our characters flee to solitude and they end up in the sewers. Well, the reason that they're in the sewers is they're using the sewers as a stealthy way to try to get into Castle Dower, which he does. He breaks into Castle Dower through the dungeon. It's in the dungeon that he finds the final volume of the book series. That guy's dead. She's dead.
And you thought I was just a pretty face.
Hang on, it's getting kind of messy here. Okay, who's who?
I'll kill you where you stand.
Okay. Holy cow. All right, so everybody tracking with me so far? Hopefully. How's everybody doing out there? Okay.
What happened?
I see Gail. Welcome, Gail. All right. So we go into the sewers, and the paper mirror, by the way, there are several volumes of the book that you can get. There are 4 volumes, and there's multiple there's two versions of volume 4. Which one you get depends on how you approach the quest. But what the books imply is that the author of these prophetic books is a Bosmer, and that he's writing these books from the prison in Castle Dower after turning himself into the authorities for some unexplained reason. So now we have books that are mentioning Brewster by name and also saying that the author of these books is a Bosmer. All right, so now he's starting to get the impression that somehow he wrote these books himself, understanding what he was going to do in the future. So it's sort of like his past self talking to his future self, right? So these things kind of merge together, right? As I infiltrate Castle Dower, I sneak up to General Tullius's quarters, and I'm just going through the cabinets in his quarters, and there's a roll of paper there. So I grabbed that roll of paper, and I said, okay, for me, this will represent the military record. This will be the piece of paper that tells me that this person Argus exists, and that this person is known to have served in the military in a regiment that was led by Jarl Igmund, who is the Jarl of Markarth. So it would stand to reason that if you're going to look for Argus, maybe Markarth is a good place to look. That's kind of how I pulled those pieces together, right? And then it was about figuring out how to do that. So, traveling to Markarth, at this point, it's also important to mention that I was trying to figure out how to pull all these things together, and really because Brewster is not, I couldn't find any of the main Skyrim quests that seemed suitable for Brewster. Sort of resigned to the fact that he wasn't going to do any of the main quests. But what I did do is I loaded an interesting quest mod called the Sinister 7, which just adds into the game 7 high-level mercenaries who will try to kill you at unexpected times. For me, this was a great ad because it was a nod to Brewster's past life. And the way I was thinking about it was, this is some kind of a crew from his past that he was part of, that he walked away from, and now they're trying to eliminate him, either because he did something bad when he left, or because he has information that they can't have him out there with. So, whole bunch of things, kind of overlaying things going on here. The reason why that's important to mention now is that at a certain point, I knew that he was going to find Argus, and I needed to understand what, if anything, Argus would be able to tell him about his past. How far that I could go with that, like what the next set of clues would be. So, to this point, Brewster has defeated 6 out of the 7 mercenaries. And we have some inside intelligence on where the last remaining or 7th mercenary is camped out. And at some point here, we're going to go get him. So, by my reasoning, he's got this information knowing that Argus served with Igmund. So his goal is to go to Markarth and try to become friends with Igmund so that he can get the information he needs. Yeah, the Vigilants don't like us too much either because of our Nymera association. I don't know if I've ever had a character who's been hunted by so many factions at once, but there are also the Dark Brotherhood assassins and all the drama around figuring out who has hired the Dark Brotherhood. All right, so we've got former associates who are after him. That's the Sinister 7. And they also have minions that will attack every once in a while. And then we've got some other mysterious individual who's hired the Dark Brotherhood and is sending assassins after him. So there's that. We've also got the fact that he is got to be very careful here in the Pale. There's a bounty on him in the Pale, and there's a bounty on him in Whiterun Hold as well. So got to be very careful about that. So at this point, I've gone to Markarth. I've become a friend of Igmund. I've become a Thane. I've got a house. And then finally we have our encounter with Argus. And basically, Argus tells Brewster that, hey, you know, this is what I knew of you. You were the leader of a group of bandits that were doing pretty well under your leadership. And I would occasionally fence things for that group of bandits. And you came to me one day and you handed me a book. And you told me that I needed to plant that book in Anissa's cabin, and you didn't tell me why. You handed me a second book, and you told me that I needed to give that book to this former bandit leader who used to be part of your crew. And you didn't explain to me why you wanted that done either. And you told me that you were going to do something to yourself that was going to wipe your memories, and that you needed to that I needed to understand that in case we ever meet up again. And that's all that Argus really knows. He knows that Brewster came to Skyrim at one point with the intent of working as a brewmaster for Blackbriar Meadery, and that he did work as a brewmaster for Blackbriar for a short period of time, but then abandoned that and went into the bandit lifestyle for some reason that nobody really knows. Only the former Brewster would have known that. And so Argus basically tells him that, hey, you came to Skyrim for this job, you did the job for a while, then you left the job, became a bandit, and then something bad happened while you were on that crew that caused you to turn yourself in to the Imperial authorities, where they put you in prison, and then one day you just appear out of prison on my doorstep with these books. You tell me what to do with them, and then you vanish into the night, and I never see you again until now, and now you're claiming to not know who you really are. Okay? So that's kind of how I played out the Argus thing. So that basically means that, I have Argus as a follower if I want him, but primarily I was using him as a way to get some questions answered for myself, and it sort of advanced this little story that I'm working on. So man, it's a lot of jibber jabber, but a lot of things have changed. A lot of things have happened. So what this brings to mind then, as far as next steps go, is that there's questions, right? I had this great job with Blackbriar Meadery, and then suddenly I quit and became a bandit. Well, that sort of implies that whatever crew he was working with before, the Sinister Seven, that was his former crew, that they were probably operating as bandits or had some kind of experience that made him good at banditry. He obviously rose to the leader of the bandit crew that he was a part of here in Skyrim, and according to the books, they were doing really well financially.
I'm going to enjoy this. That's all you've got?
So a couple of questions then, right? What did he do to his old crew, the Sinister Seven, that make them so bent on killing him? And what did he do that would have forced him to leave Blackbriar Meadery, but which, by all accounts, is the perfect job? It was exactly the thing that he was looking for. He was looking to escape his past, right? And get a legitimate job. And he's obviously good. This is a skill he has. So those are the next questions. Boy, that was a lot. Okay. So that's kind of where we're at right now. I would consider this to be Chapter 4. We have to deal with the final mercenary from the Sinister Seven. We've got to deal with him. And then we've also got to get to the bottom of what's going on with these Dark Brotherhood assassins. We've got to do that also, which I think we can do. Now, in my mind, as I'm thinking through the story arc, I'm thinking that, well, in the employ of Maven Blackbriar, he did something that forced him to flee unexpectedly, and she has hired those assassins to come after him. And, well, out on my adventures, I have found a couple of interesting things, a couple of secret scrolls. One of these secret scrolls I added to his inventory very early on. I'm not sure what they come from or what mod these are from or what context they're used in, but what I'm using them for in my story is to say that one of these scrolls basically contains a recipe for Blackbriar Reserve, which Brewster is somehow partially responsible for creating, and he's stolen the recipe. And he's carrying it around with him.
Watch over you, champion.
And Maven has no idea what his intent is about that. You know, what he intends to do with that recipe, right? So that creates a bit of a problem for her. So I'm kind of working on something there, maybe. All right. Now, let's reload here. I keep having the intermittent problem. You guys have probably seen this, the intermittent problem where like your eyebrows will disappear and facial hair disappears. See, that's what's happening here. Drives me crazy. Sometimes I can fix it by casting a spell. Sometimes I need to restart the game to fix it. It's super annoying though, and I don't know how to fix that. All right, I have to toggle over to YouTube because it's not showing me the most recent entries in the chat. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's try. I'm going to let these spell effects wear off. See if that helps me out. Yeah, if anybody knows how to get around that issue, that'd be great. I mean, a quick save and reload doesn't seem to help, so. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a full save here. Okay. Bear with me, guys. Basically, I'm just going to restart the game. I don't really know of a way to get out of that problem other than like a full restart, so I'll give it a shot. Well, it's good to see everybody again. Obviously, I haven't streamed in a very long time. Multiple reasons for that. COVID being one of them, burnout being another. My mom had some serious health stuff going on for a while, which she has subsequently beat. So it was causing me to, just turn my attention to things that were more important. And now I have to kind of get back on the horse to remember how to do this streaming stuff again. It's amazing how quickly you lose it once you've stepped away. The other thing is, too, that my gameplay setup has changed quite a bit. I used to have a separate machine for streaming. Now I'm doing everything from one system. I've taken the streaming machine and I've reset that thing so that my son can play on it and we can play games together when he's here. So I've repurposed my streaming machine for that, which just changes the setup a little bit. It also taxes my gaming machine's resources a little bit more, so hopefully the stream is looking good today. Okay, the game is reloading here. I want to give you a look at the character, but I really don't want to do it if it doesn't represent how he really looks. So I'm hoping that this will fix it. We shall see. Yeah, that did it. Okay, hang on. All right. Well, thank you very much, Jackie Nickel 4545. I'm a big fan of you as well. Very good to see everybody. All right, let's see if we're back up and running here. Yeah, Magus. The issue is that after a while of gameplay, the character's facial hair all disappears. I've restarted. It looks normal now, but eyebrows and any facial hair just vanishes entirely. And I can seem to fix it by just restarting the game, but that's a total pain in the ass. And I know, I mean, I've looked for solutions and haven't been able to find anything decent. So. Yeah, I've tried in and out of the race menu as well. Sometimes that works for me. I'll try that next time. Hey, Bayo. Good to see you. Good to see everybody here. So this is Brewster. He's a pretty good looking guy. I'm using the practical pirate armor, the darker armor. And basically since day one, I've been using the Jace's short swords. And then typically the shoulder cape. I love the look of the shoulder cape. Plus it's also a great way to hide the jank of the way the swords mount a little bit. Ah, Panda, that's a good option as well. I could try that. Yeah, this is an issue, though, that I've had with a lot of characters, regardless of race. So I'm not really sure. If no one else is having that problem, then I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss anyway. So, yeah. Okay, so this is the headquarters. Well, he was out doing his solo adventure thing. He encountered this place. It's a great hiding spot, and it's got just a fantastic sort of look and feel for a dude like Brewster. I just love the feel of the place. It's pretty cool. Okay. Now you. Hey, you. Come here. See, this is the jank, right? This is the jank. I get conflicts, right? Conflicts between my follower software. Okay, my follower mod. Dismiss but hang out here is not doing it. So I dismiss her. I'm going to deactivate the followers as companions mod, but she still will try to be on my right, which is kind of a bummer. But if you can imagine, extensible follower framework was even worse. So she'll follow me into the kitchen, and it'll be all kinds of mayhem. lavender tea. I don't have any lavender? Come on. So, as you guys know, usually when I make characters, there's all kinds of little details that I put in to try to, portray them in interesting ways, give them personality and things like that. Do I have any lavender here? How am I out of lavender? I almost always have lavender. Oh, I do. Well, I have one. Well, we can't be having that. One of the things that I do with this character is he drinks a lot of lavender tea, and he typically has lavender in his inventory all the time. Don't ask me why. I just like the idea that when he walks into a room, he smells like lavender. Which to me is like, it's just a character detail that I think is interesting. So whenever possible, I try to do that. Okay, is there a way? Let's see. No, I'm not having any hair issues. I intentionally made him bald. So he's supposed to be bald. Now, the part of the reason I did that is this hat is like an important part of his persona. And you'll notice that the hat, the way the hat is set up is it removes all hair when you put the hat on. And I noticed that right away, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll just make him bald. That way he looks right if his hat is on or his hat is off. Doesn't matter. So he is supposed to be bald. However, he does have eyebrows and facial hair. So when that stuff goes away, he looks like an alien. That's not really what I'm going for. And so you'll notice he has the Blade of Dibella also. I found that just through adventuring. Killing Forsworn for Jarl Igmund and all that good stuff. Is there a way to make her stop? Stop. Without having everyone stop. It's just like really that part of it is pretty aggravating. If I do all stop, then she'll leave me alone. But then of course, then I'm affecting all of my followers. So, I'm not sure. So it ends up being kind of a pain in the ass when you're in places like this. It's great when you're out on the road. All right, so I think what we're going to do is we've got our follower with us again. And now Brewster has to get serious about eliminating this threat from the Sinister Seven. So the last one of these mercenaries that I killed left this letter. And it's basically a letter that is written to the last assassin that I killed. According to the letter, that assassin was supposed to wait for this guy to show up, and then they were going to come after me together. Well, the guy I killed obviously went off half-cocked. He didn't listen to the commands of his superior. But what this does indicate is that somewhere near Bloodlet Throne, there is a camp where this last remaining assassin is. So we can travel to Bloodlet Throne and try to track him down, see if we can get the jump on him. I expect it to be extremely difficult fight. I mean, the first 3 or 4 assassins I killed with relative ease. But the last 2 that I fought have been atrociously difficult. And in one case, rather than fighting him directly, I led him into a scrape with the necromancers at Fort Karstag, and then basically killed him during the chaos. That was the only way I could figure to do it. So I expect this last guy to be really nasty. I expect there to be lots of dying and trial and
Namiro,
error.
watch over you.
So let's get a little bit of sleep, and then we'll hit the road. Okay, guys. While we wait here, I'm going to take a little bit of a bio break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to go after this last mercenary. All right, I'll be right back. Hey, it's Joe.
You're one of Namira's faithful now.
Yes, and I'm the boss of you.
You're one of Namira's faithful now.
That's right. See if you can beat my 150.3% favor. All right. Let's hit the road. I might have to dump off a few things here. All right, I feel like I've just got a bunch of unnecessary crap here. And we'll keep that. Wind abatement. Got so much good stuff. God. So crazy to think, like packing away some of this stuff. Okay. Ring of Refinement. Increase the duration. I'm going to keep that. But I have so much good stuff. All of which has been acquired through legitimate questing. Excuse me. But I'm in this constant situation of, like, being short on capacity, carry capacity. So that only need one of those. I am not a pack rat. Okay, maybe I'm a pack rat. All right, maybe I'm a little bit of a pack rat. Let's see. I've got a bookshelf around here somewhere. Some more stuff. Don't need that. Okay, all of these little scrolls, these are all scrolls that I've taken off the bodies of assassins who've tried to kill me from Sinister 7 and so forth. These alchemist notes, keep those. Can't get rid of that. This bounty, did I get that already? This is a quest thing. Can't get rid of that. Decorating guide. Tailoring patterns, don't need it. Slay the undead. Okay, I don't need these. Right? Craig's journal. Yep, don't need those. Spirit of Nirn, treasure hunter's note. Silver jeweled necklace is done. Okay, the guide to Imperial infrastructure, I keep that on his person at all times because we're using it as a reference every time we enter the sewers. Spirit of Nirn is the book that he's currently reading, which seems like a good thing for a druid to want to read. Treasure hunter's note. I'm going to keep that on me in case I have a chance to get it. Forsworn leader bounty. Did that already. I don't know about that. Can't do that. This bounty. Actually, wait. Let's actually read that one quick. Bruka's Leap. All right, that's fine.
It's an honor to see you, the keeper of Namira's ring.
Oh. Well, thank you, Eola. It's an honor to see you as well. Okay, cool. All right, what's the situation here? 241, 320. That's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. See you, Bale. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping in. Upsies. Depending on what the weather conditions are, like if it's a nice sunny day or whatever, a lot of times I will have Brewster just, hey, what's the plan?
It's an honor to see you. Lead the way.
You need some appropriate attire.
Namira, watch over you, champion.
I mean, I understand. Going au naturel. Let's see. There we go. We just take an item away from her, right? Give it back. There we go.
Let's get going then.
Okay. So depending on the weather conditions, a lot of times Brewster will just go barefoot. It seems like a kind of a fun druidy thing to do, and I like the wide brim hat. It sort of reminds me of, you know, something that he might wear if he's out in the sunshine, in the forest, doing some gardening, whatever it is. Holy shit. That has got to be one of the
It's an honor to see you.
Sinister 7 minions. And I'm guessing they're still around. Let's unleash the wolf pack on them. Where are you, you bastard?
Namiro, watch over you, champion.
Is that him right there? That was brutal. Oh yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, wolves. Okay. Got the wild mushroom. Come on. Woo! Oh, wow. Okay. So let's search. Yeah, this is a minion. Nasty. Okay. Cool. Avenging Wraith. I'm going to take the water. And this doesn't weigh a lot. Neither does that. Let's take that too.
Please, someone do something.
Sometimes my own alpha wolf will attack me. The regular ones don't, but the alpha will. Brewster is stacking poison effects and potential disease effects are
Namiro, watch
absolutely
over you,
astronomical. Okay,
Lead the way.
so you're going to follow me, which you already appear to be
It's
doing.
an honor to see you, the keeper.
Okay, and now we're going to... I'm going to give you the staff. I like to give her the staves when I find them because I never am quite sure how she's going to use them. She always uses them in ways that surprise me, so...
Lead on.
Okay. I think I will. Stand still, woman. All right. All right. Wow. So, the spell that I am casting on Eola Our Eola is the unbreakable formation, which is very cool. If we're close to one another, we each get a bonus on damage. It's also my way of sort of playing out the fact that Brewster is doing things to help her with her chronic health issues, right? Like he's imparting healing magic on her, and she's guiding him across Skyrim, right? So this is the point at which he says, hey, you know, there's one of these mercenaries from my past life left, and they've been trying to kill me, and to this point, I've taken them on by myself because they're super dangerous, and I didn't want them to impact the few friends that I've made here in Skyrim finally. But now, the last one is left, and he's at Bloodlet Throne. Will you help me kill him? And get this off my back? To which she would respond, sure, because she's a good friend. But he would also be asking the question, oh, by the way, where the hell is Bloodlet Throne? And that's where her knowledge of Skyrim comes in handy, right? So, again, that's just my thinking about their symbiotic relationship, the way that they're able to help and support one another, all the while having discussions about the best, most appropriate ways to worship Nymeria. So it's worth mentioning also that I'm obviously using Okado's recital here. So every time we go into combat, there's a couple of things that are happening. Let me run down those for you here so that you know. First of all, Veil of Nature is kicking off automatically every time we go into combat. All right. So that kicks off. And if we look at Forgotten Magic, Druid, I'm running down all of these, right? So the first thing that kicks off is Veil of Nature, which at this point is pretty damn high level. I mean, I've got a lot of options selected in there. The second thing that kicks off right away due to Okado's recital is Earthbound Weapon. So Earthbound Weapon comes into play, and there's a lot of there is a lot of synergies between these two spells. There's another thing that I have kicking off as well. I wonder if I can remember what it is. I don't know. I might not be able to remember. Oh, hang on. Looking for it. I will know it when I see it. I do have, timely reinforcements. So timely reinforcements is the third thing that kicks off every time I enter combat due to Okado's recital. This one only comes into play, however, if I'm in dire straits where health is concerned. Which, actually, there's always a good chance of that, because you can see I've invested pretty much every damn thing I have in Magicka. So I haven't invested anything in health. What we're seeing in health there are some benefits that I've acquired through alteration perks, and different pieces of gear that I'm wearing. So this character is primarily a specialist in alteration and restoration, but I've actually spread my other points out a little bit. I've gotten master level in conjuration just primarily for Wolfpack. A lot of investment in alchemy, some investment in speech. Because originally, remember, this guy was planning on being kind of in the business world until everything fell apart. So I invested in speech and kind of went up this side for, you know, kinship and business relationships before everything, all of his business plans went tits up when they discovered that he was actually putting, you know, human flesh and hearts and things like that in his brewing process, which nobody appreciated. Some investment in sneak, some recent investment in light armor, a little bit of investment in one-handed. So the spread here is actually quite a bit less focused than a lot of my characters, but all these things seem to be working together pretty well.
What do you need?
Nothing.
Anything else?
No. So that's a little bit of a rundown there on how the leveling is going. Hello, Caladran. Hello, Loki. Good to see you.
Come on! Come on!
Victory is full.
That's right. Victory is ours. Okay, so I'm going to F5 here. And we are going to chow down. Let's continue. We've got a long ways to go here. Sorry for the banging. There's somebody in an adjacent apartment that's like hammering on the walls and stuff like that. Why today? I don't know. Okay, so I think we want to go up the hill here. So we're on our way to Bloodlet Throne. Eola knows where it is. So she's serving as our guide. All right. I shall approach and paralyze him, upon which time you shall attack. Stay put there. All right, attack. Not the fox.
I'll kill you where you stand.
I am not running any noise reduction, but I have a pretty good directional microphone, which keeps me from having to worry so much about noise reduction. So let's talk about let's talk a little bit about Brewster's Druid philosophy. Generally, he doesn't like to attack animals unless they are aggressive towards him. So,
I'll kill you where you stand.
as a general rule, that's what he does. You can see a lot of paralysis stuff going on here. That affects people and creatures that don't have a lot of poison resistance, and generally that works pretty darn well on animals. So a lot of times we'll see the paralysis effect, and then I'll just keep moving. So that's kind of how I'm playing it. I think there's a lot of different ways that you could play a druid, some of which would be sort of like being one with nature and communing with nature, and others, another philosophy might be to say dominance over nature. I don't see Brewster as the sort who would be interested in the dominance over nature type of philosophy, but he will do that if nature is actively working to kill him. And so I think he would consider himself to be from the one with nature school, but he's not going to take any shit from nature either. That's a weird way to talk about that, but that's kind of how I think about it as I'm playing the game, because there's a lot of things that these spells do that seem sort of counterintuitive sometimes. So
Maik can travel fast across the land. Some lazy types take carriages. It is all the same to Maik.
Brewster always stops to talk to Maik, always, as well. That's part of the deal. Eola, she's off busily doing something herself, so she had to stop off and take care of some things. I'm sure she'll join us soon enough. She has set us on the proper path, however, so she'll catch up. Not too concerned. That's the way I think about that. So it's interesting. Some of the effects that I have running on this character will, at times, cause NPCs to attack me without apparent reason or warning. That's been my experience anyway. At least I haven't been able to find a reason for it. Quite often that plays pretty well into my story, though. So I just go with it. Finish it. Any inspiration from classic D&D? Boy, that's a super good question. Not as much as you would think. I'm not really, at least so far, I haven't been super interested in things like shape-shifting as an element of Brewster's setup, I guess. However, I know there are opportunities for that through Triumvirate and maybe some other mods as well. Who knows? Maybe that could be like a cool Chapter 5 thing. I don't know. Very cool, though. I have noticed just a lot of interesting things popping up in the gameplay from things I wouldn't expect. Hey, Traliant. Good to see you. But yeah, thanks for that question, Haster. It's weird, right? Because of the way that I play Skyrim, having a character that's level 40 for me is high level. I feel like rarely do I get to level 40 with my characters. So, you know, who's to say what this character is doing at level 60? We still have quite a few weeks to go in this challenge, and being in COVID quarantine for at least the next week and a half, I'm going to have a lot of time to play this character. So who knows kind of what the high level end game is going to be for him. Maybe shape-shifting will play a role in that, possibly. I could see that. All right, it's getting cold. So put the boots back on. And we go with the coat. Let's get Eola up here again. I don't know. When I think about the relationship of these two characters, it's kind of fascinating. There's never been a moment where I was ever having any sort of relationship ideas, romantic relationship ideas between them. I think of their relationship as more of a really, really strong friendship.
You're interfering with official Thormore business.
I'm trying to walk away. You know, where they are supporting each other in ways that are critical to each of their well-being. I don't know. I'm sort of thinking of it like, you know, Brewster is Eola's Eola's really close gay friend, you know? Like, they go out together, they do things together, they share time together. They talk about everything, that kind of thing, you know? I don't know. As opposed to having any kind of romantic relationship. And that mindset has helped me as I've been, you know, just doing simple things like, you know, sitting around the campfire together, imagine the sorts of things they might be talking about. To me, there's something sort of fun and magical about that idea. And I love how when she runs beside him like that, periodically she'll turn her head to look at him. It's almost as if you can imagine she's saying something in that moment, asking him a question or, you know, something like that. And while I don't have any specific ideas about what those questions might be, I like to imagine it, you know. Could be comments, could be jokes, whatever. See ya, silly bee. Good luck with your ukulele. My voice is getting croaky. All right, Bloodlet Throne. Pretty sure is up this way. Come on, Eola. You're my sidecar. Where are you? Figure it out. You got this. I dig this coat. For whatever reason, I really like this coat. The books stick through it kind of weird, but I don't care. I love it. Yeah, the Ebony Warrior at level 80. Maybe the Ebony Warrior is the ultimate villain in this story. There's always a challenge when you're working on a story like this where you're not, you know, heavily reliant on any of the main quests. Like, how do you piece something together in your brain that gives you some closure, you know, or it feels like a complete story? So it's times like that when I think about, okay, is there any way any of the main quest lines could work? And if they can't, how can I piece something together myself using a combination of role play and mods and all kinds of different things. So I got on Nexus and started looking at different quest mods that might be a good fit for this character. The Sinister 7 was a no-brainer. Just because I like the adversity that it creates, the danger that it creates. And I like the way that it's the mod author left it open-ended, so you can explain for yourself what that relationship is and why it's important. So it mixed in seamlessly with all of my headcanon, you know, which was great. All right, Bloodlet Throne. Kind of feeling my way there. I don't know if I'm going to get it right the first try, but I know I'm close. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to F5 right here. I know that this is going to be a horrendous fight. Should we help? What?
Oh well. Must have run off.
Hang on, she's going to blow. There we go. Okay. Now there's this path here. This is not a fight that I expect to win the first time around. So let's get our wolves going. Let's get our damage bonus going. Let's get some of that action going. Now the one thing that I'm going to try to do, which it has not worked with all of the mercenaries, and I don't know if it'll work with this one, is Wild Mushroom. I've got Wild Mushroom set up so that when I initially cast it on an enemy, it paralyzes them for a few seconds. If I can get that paralysis, then I can get a couple of shots in before they snap out of it, right? And that gets me well down the road of poisoning them. But mercenary number 6 seemed to be immune to wild mushroom paralysis. The poison effects worked, but not the paralysis, which I was really bummed out about. You'll notice I've got Jackson's Blink working here as well. In my druid mind, that is my character magically transporting through root systems and stuff. How's that sound? This is Bloodlet Throne. We're close. What is that? That's a tree stump. Okay, now I'm going to be like really reliant on my wolf pack. This is going to be a high level. And I'm based on the last letter I read, a mage. Could be down there. Could also be up the hill past Bloodlet Throne. Right? Okay, let's check this first. I'm alternating here between that's a fox. See, like I'm alternating between using instincts and having blink selected as my shout power. And there have been a couple of times in the past when the only way that I could survive a battle was when I was attacked to blink to a location where they couldn't reach me. That's happened at least twice. Using blink as a way to maneuver. This freaks me out. It heightens the tension because the last two I've faced have been very scary. Number 6 had such a high movement rate that I could not hit him with a range spell. He moved so fast I couldn't target him. Oh man, it's going to be down here, isn't it? Okay, let's see if we can... Let's try something here. I'm going to get up in here. Okay. We have a crap ton of spells available to us here. So, let's try Eyes of the Allmaker. I don't see anything ahead. Okay, we're going to get up behind this rock and we'll try that again. So hard to see, and I can't, this spell doesn't let me move. I can check the trail ahead a little ways. Okay, F5 here. Some serious saves stacking up here. I don't see anything. I feel like we're getting far enough away from Bloodlet Throne now that we're off track this direction. But I think we've explored this thoroughly, so there's that section of forest up behind the fortress. I'm going to check that now. I don't think it has like a definite trail. This is an actual trail. Okay. Wouldn't be inside Bloodlet Throne, would it? I don't think so. Okay. Make camp in the hills above the Bloodlet Throne, and I will join you in time. That seems above, doesn't it? Oh man, I bet this is it. Okay, let's get up here. All right. Let's try this again. See what we can see. Concerned the trees will block our view here. I don't know. Chosen to switch on the option to make my wolf pack invisible because they get a damage bonus when they attack as if they were attacking from stealth. But it's a real pain in the ass. I'm constantly bumping into them, and they're absolutely impossible to use in an indoor environment. I mean, it's just ridiculous. So, oh my god. This freaks me out. Okay. Come on. Where are you? Oh, that doesn't help me at all. I'm using bigger trees. It's probably working against me, isn't it? Okay. Well, for those of you who are participating in the character challenge, I hope your play experiences are going well. I know mine is. I'm having a great old time. It's probably the first time in a long time where I've played Skyrim just purely for my own, personal enjoyment. It hasn't been about making videos and stuff, which I love to do. But, okay, there we are. Dang it. Just makes me feel a little nostalgic for the days when this game first came out. Oh my god. This makes me so much anxiety. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on, back. Someone in the trees to the left there. But it was more than one. Maybe it is just one. A lot of times if there's a threat, my wolves will get it before I do. They'll understand it before I do. That is it. That's got to be. Okay, let's F5 here. Okay, let's see. That's a good strategy here. I don't know. It's more than one character, though. Oh, is it the guy in a pile of minions? Come on. I bet it is. Okay. I don't really have a choke point I can work with here either. Oh, here it comes. See that blue fire?
I'm going to enjoy this.
Gonna make it. Not gonna make it. Clear some space. I think we took one of them out. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
And you thought I was just a pretty.
See if we can dump some wolves down the hill. Where is he? Right here. God dang. It's horrendous. See what happens if they'll go after him from there.
I'll kill you where you stand.
Go down again. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Did we get one?
And you thought I was just a pretty face.
There were three. I thought we got at least one. Where is he? Ooh, right there. Oh no, you can't. That's her avenging wraith. Okay. You know, let's double up on the... no. Let's do this. Come on, where are you? Where are you? She's in there, right? Yeah.
It's nothing.
All right, the mushroom's going.
I yield.
You're kidding, right? Ooh. Oh. Oh, Who's conjuring Daedra? Oh, God. I don't know if the wolves can get down there. Got her. There were 3, though. I'm worried, right? Did we miss someone? Stupid wolves. I think this is it, right? Brewster, my dear friend. If you are reading this, then I'm dead. We all deserve to die. There is no coming back from what we've done. There is no coming back from what you've done. Try as hard as you can, you will never be able to wash the blood off. None of us can ever escape from our past. Everyone is doomed here to kill and steal and spill our blood. It is the way of nature. It is the way of the world. To see you were so delusional as to think there was no more than this is laughable. You cannot build upon a field of carcasses. No matter how hard you try, violence will still find you. And in the end, you too will die, as we have. It is the way of the world. So go, leave, try to find a different path, my beautiful fool. I will be waiting for you in the darkest depths for when you return. Wow. Interesting. So, not too many answers. Glass dagger of typhoons. Imminent magicka. Wow. Look at this shit. Take the key. Ring of Resurgence. Oh, yeah. Typhoons. Not sure if I have that enchantment yet. I'll take it. And we'll have a little taste. All right. Now, we got this key. We need to make our way back up there. We're gonna try to blink our way up, I think. How about there? There we go. Why was I seeing... Why were we attacked by 3? Was it a spell? Or are there other bodies around here? Let's try our instincts. Looking for dead bodies. Ah, ghostly remains. Yep. Okay, cool. Good to know. Hello, woofs. All right, y'all. We're going to loot this camp and see what kind of interesting stuff we can find. I'm going to take a really short break before we do that. However, so we've got some daylight. I need to re-up my drinks and so forth. So we will be back shortly. All right, we are back. Let's go check out this key. Or the chest with the key. So there was some kind of spell going on there where she had ghostly minions. They look like copies of herself. That's what I'm thinking is happening there. Oh my god. Look at all this loot. I can't frickin' carry it. Could take those. Take that. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check these things to see if I have the enchantments. Now, the problem here is in order for me to do that, I need enchanting gear, and I don't have all the stuff for it. This could mean that we have to go to Bloodlit Throne and do some checking around. What do you say? I bet you'd look awesome in this new armor, although your current armor looks pretty awesome as well. All right, we're going to go to Bloodlit Throne. We're going to go through that place. Eola tells us that Bloodlit Throne is a place that's been known to be the hideout of vampires and some kind of sinister necromancers in the past, that it has a bad reputation. Well, that's enough for Brewster to want to investigate it. If that's the case, that means mages, and generally mages means enchanting capabilities, tables, ingredients. If need be, we can always come back up here and retrieve the stuff. I just want to go through all of that stuff, disenchant anything I can. We'll pick through it, see if there's anything worth saving, and we'll leave the rest. To be honest, I mean, at this point, Brewster has made so much money from adventuring and from selling his cider that it was like nothing for me to drop money on a house in Markarth. There was a point there where he was adventuring with more than 40,000 gold pieces in his inventory at any given time. So I'm not really concerned with having the stuff on hand to sell anymore. Don't push me, woman.
Too much hiding. The mortals are weak. He's a coward. You should feel whom you like. Can't stand this hunger gnawing at me.
Stop pushing me. Okay, hey, you.
It's an honor to see you, the keeper of Namira's ring.
Keep it down.
I understand.
Do you?
Let's get going then.
Huh?
We may feed again today.
in my role play, I also do not eat vampires unless they look particularly delicious. That vampire does not look particularly delicious to me. What do you think? They look rather suspicious, don't they? First gargoyle I've fought. How about you? Okay. Bard. It's been a long time since I went through Bloodlit Throne. Hey, Joe, no spoilers. The grand conclusion to this whole thing was going to be a whole Punky Brewster tie-in. Now you frickin' wrecked it. I'll take quality potions. I don't take the weak ones, the standard ones. I've just gotten to the point now where it's not worth it. Okay. Take that. Oh. Bone meal. Hang on. Somebody's trying to call me. Don't they know that I'm in quarantine? Calls are dangerous. Everybody knows you can get COVID through your cell phone. All it takes is to call the wrong person once.
What a sight.
What, this? So, I've been checking in every so often on what some of y'all are doing. I lurked on a Magus stream, and I saw that Eola is a follower of yours as well. You have excellent taste in followers, I have to say. Let's give everybody some vicious spores. What you say? Not for you. God dang. Brewster is so lethal at this point, it's easy to forget that I'm playing on Legendary. There are times when I feel almost bad about it, but I just like to think that I'm a genius in the way that I have set up my spells. When in doubt, I always prefer to consider myself a genius. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way to do it. Hey, everyone. The way the vial spores and stuff like that stacks with different things is just ridiculously good. The battle with the 7th assassin actually went remarkably well. I would have to credit Eola for that, because I think she drove her off the cliff. Either her or the wolves or both. And because she wasn't willing to disengage from combat, that put her on the back foot and gave us a huge advantage, because we could fire down at her and she was going to stay at the base of the cliff. So that whole circumstance really worked in our favor. I had a much more difficult time with number 6 and number 5. They were terrible. So I think number 5 killed me 6 or 7 times before I came out on top. Probably the same for number 6. It definitely forces you to get creative. The other thing is, I did not have a follower with me when I confronted both of those assassins. I was completely solo in both cases, which in retrospect was not great. Study of Nightshade. Okay, we always keep those. Don't keep anything watered. Yeah, I agree with you, Magus. I think she's a great follower. She's pretty powerful. Dagger of Despair. Excellent. Scroll of Fury, Blizzard. Weak. Potent we'll keep. Powerful we'll keep. Not that. Exotics. We'll take those. Decomposing Head, I'm on the fence about. We'll think about it. Are you okay? Here. Gods in worship. Okay, Bow of Stone. I already have that enchant. Quality. Take that. Scroll of Calm. I think we pulled a lot of the bad guys from this area into that last battle, so that's why we're not encountering a lot here. Okay. Hang on a second. I keep having to... The chat doesn't always scroll all the way to the bottom. At some point, I start being unable to see the latest items or things in chat, so I have to go back and mess with it. Okay. Oh, yes, I remember this. Sucks to get paralyzed, doesn't it?
Think you stand a chance?
I could still put up.
You're pathetic.
How pathetic. What I should be doing is, if I wanted to get even more synergy, would be to be giving Eola some poisoning capability, because the cloaks and kind of AoE effects that Brewster has on him help to promote the lethality of poisons and diseases. So that might not be a bad idea. But, I mean, that's, you know, that's kind of crazy powerful. To go through a den of vampires at Legendary and never feel like you're under threat that much. I don't know. But, alright, well, let's go back this way. Any traps? Restoration. Welling blood. This is curses. Alright. Oh boy. Alright, well, I mean, we've cleared out Bloodlet Throne just like that. I'm thinking well, let's see. I got some bone meal. I do have a flawless amethyst. If I had a troll skull, I could just make some enchanting gear on the spot and check out those weapons without hauling them down here. Let's run through here real quick and see if there's a troll skull. I gotta believe that amongst all of this junk, there's probably a troll skull here somewhere, don't you think? Seems likely, doesn't it? Which way did I come from? Okay. Remember when we were here last and you said how amazing this was? Okay. Blood of a red guard. I'll take it. More bone meal. All right. Troll skull. Keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open, everyone. Ah, I just ate a vampire. Damn it. Damn it! How could you eat that vampire? Imagine them being sort of chalky. Okay. We'll disenchant that, but I don't want to disenchant these because I might want to deck out a follower in some of that. Come on, troll skull. No. Come on, troll skull. Ah! Troll skull. All right, well, let's Let's do it right now. Enchanting supplies. What? Since when did I need troll fat for this? Since always? Troll skull, Spriggan sap, flawless. Okay, I need Spriggan sap or troll fat. Ah, darn. Darn. Hey, you got any troll fat on you? Okay. Well, I guess that idea is not going to work. I don't think we're going to find any troll fat in here. So, we'll go and see if we'll see if I've got the carry capacity to get most of this gear back here. You know what would solve this problem is if somebody made a mod that would allow you to look at an item and just had a little icon on it or something letting you know if you had the enchant already or not. That'd be really great. That would be a great quality of life mod. Maybe it already exists. I don't know. It's just nothing I ever think about until times like this, so avoid that. All right, back up the hill we go. All right, everyone. I need you to just play along with me now, okay? Don't anybody go blabbing this to the panicked monk, okay? Just play along with me. Okay, so we're going to take a break now. Probably a really long break, so probably the best way to do this is to log off your computer completely. So that's what we're going to do right now. All right. Log off your computers in 3, 2, 1. Okay, is he gone? Good. Good. All right, here we are back at the chest. You know what I figured out? I figured out that when I go into my inventory and I scroll up and down in my inventory sometimes, or I scroll in and out from my view, there are times when it has an impact on the chat window, and I'm not sure why that is. So every time that happens, my chat window gets fakakta, and I can't see the most recent chat. So I don't know why that would happen. So I'm just Alt-Tab over there, and I fix it. And then I Alt-Tab back to the gameplay, but I put up the lobby screen so that y'all don't have to watch me do that. And you can't see the other sketchy things that I'm doing on my computer. Okay? Oh, nothing, Joe. We just took a little break. Okay, dwindling shock. God dang it. I'm certain I already have this. Ugh. Taking it all. Now I'm encumbered. Let's go. Come on. Here, you want to carry some of this? Come on. Come here.
You're one of Namira's faithful now.
Yes, I know. I've been one of Nymira's faithful for months. Okay. I'm going to give you that. And that. Those don't weigh a lot. That. Definitely that. And that. Okay, there's probably some weapons in here that are weighing a ton. Oh yeah. Good old warhammers. This trash. Some of this trash. Some of that. About that. Okay. Can you carry that? Can you manage
Let's
it?
get going then.
Those are my burdens. Enjoy. Have you guys noticed how Eola has inconsistent voices for some of her lines? Is that from the vanilla game or is that a mod? Like, okay, let's get going then. It's like a different voice than Eola's normal voice. I don't know why that is, if that's a function of a mod I'm running, or if that's just how it is in vanilla. Anyway, food for thought. Hey everyone, look, it's William McNee. Did I miss the castle? Okay, here. Wait, where's the front door? Okay. Hey, y'all. Put your hand in the air if you've had COVID. Throw those hands in the air. Let me see. Who's had COVID? Don't step on that now. Okay. Go straight through here. And up here. And over here. And down. And up. And up. And over. And strafe. And up. Ah, okay, watch. Like none of I'll have all of these enchants. Okay. Oh. Ebony Sword of Fates. Okay, I'll take that one. All right. Fork it over.
You're one of Namira's faithful.
Too close. You're in my bubble. Too close.
You lead.
Ugh.
I'll follow.
Namira, watch over you.
Don't you
champion.
get on that table. Okay. Take it. Take it, take it. Take it. Take it. Legend. Wow. Take it, take it, take it. Oh, you got that one. I'm certain of it. That, that, that. Mornbringer. This is sort of a questy item. I don't know if have as much magic. We'll try it. Drafts. Virtuous. Okay.
You lead. I'll follow.
Look out. All right, sure. Oh, yeah, I can disenchant that. Cool. Look at that. Not much, really, though, when you consider how many items are there. Okay. All right, miss. Should we save this stuff and try to sell it?
Namiro, watch over you, champion.
How about you save it and we try to sell it? What do you say? Okay. Okay. That looks pretty good. All right, let's look at this stuff here now. Resurgence. Magicka regenerates 80% faster. 60% faster. So we're going to remove that one. Oh, shit. That's not what we give me that. This is silly.
Let's get going.
Okay. Resurgence. So, what's refinement? Oh, I got you. That's an alchemy thing. So we want that one on. 80% magicka regeneration. That's kick-ass. Synthesis. Recharges weapons. Okay, sure. Don't have any magical weapons. Eminent magicka. Necklace. I don't really need to increase my magicka. Okay.
Nan. Namiro, watch over you, champion.
Hey, do you want to try these fancy clothes on? What do you say? I absolutely think you should, dear. Be the height of fashion. Okay. Let's take a look. Okay, boots. Gloves. Gown. Mask. Your existing armor is better than this. Okay, I'm going to take that back. I love the hedge mage stuff, though. I think it's perfect for her. I'm just curious to see what this looks like. Okay, let's take this. Let's take the hood. Okay, there was another piece here. Oh, the cape.
Let's get going then.
Well, come on, get off the table. Come on, come on. Let's get a look at you. Oh, honey, you look splendid. Look at that. You almost look like a proper woman. Almost. Don't get offended. I'm not sure. Just doesn't seem very Eola to me. Not the Eola I've come to know and love.
It's an honor to see you, the keeper.
I think I gotta put her back in her other stuff. This just doesn't feel right. Okay. Let's see. Take it. Take it. Take it. Take it. Take it. Give it. Give it. Give it. Give it. Okay. That's pretty good. She needs her cape, however. Her cloak. Damn it. This is putsy business. Okay. Cloak of the Crow. There you go, my dear.
Let's get
Seems
going
like
then.
you're back to business as usual. Okay, and of course, I am
It's an
still
honor to see you.
encumbered. Oh my goodness. So, let's give you this stuff. Hopefully you can carry it. Just so much crap here. You don't even know what to do.
Let's get going then.
Am I still in? What? Okay. What the hell? What am I still Oh God. All right, this shit's got to go. I'm not even going to attempt to sell it. I mean, we're wanted all over Skyrim. There are very few places we can still sell anything anyway. So I'm just going to dump some stuff in a barrel here. These weapons for sure, because most of these are crap anyways. As much as I would love to turn this stuff into gold. All right. That's got to go. That's got to go. That's got to go. I mean, these are worth some nice coin. I guess I could carry those. Don't need that. Let's keep those two glass weapons. They're worth quite a bit. Maybe we'll find someone who on the road or something who'd be willing to buy those. And I'm not encumbered anymore. All right. Are we ready? Oh, hang on. Boop. There we go. Turn that ENB off. Eola's always coming to me for fashion advice, then gets upset when I give it. I don't understand. Okay. Well,
Huh?
that was a big thing accomplished. We find ourselves out in the boonies. I think now it is time to... Okay, where the hell am I going? Here? This way? Yeah. Now I think it would make sense at this point that Brewster would make his way towards Riften now. We need to get some answers to the next mystery. So what did Brewster learn here? Not a whole lot, right? Like, these are obviously people that he was once affiliated with. They seem to know him very well. The last letter also implied that Brewster was trying to escape something from his past, which makes a whole lot of sense in the context of the adventure as I've been playing it out, because Brewster came to Skyrim on the promise of a job working at a meadery, having like a regular old job. Sorry, creature. Fox fat. So, I mean, that mod meshed really well with what I was already doing. So that takes care of one threat. Now we have the continuing threat of Dark Brotherhood assassins. We need to get to the bottom of why they're trying to kill us. And as I alluded to earlier, I've been trying to find a way to sort of tie them to Maven Blackbriar. Is she coming? And this whole idea that he knows secrets about how she runs her business that she doesn't want revealed. So she's trying to remove him as a threat. Last time we were in Riften, we hadn't identified her as the potential threat, and I'm thinking of all the things that have happened so far. I don't think we've had anything happen that, boy, that would tell him 100% for sure that Maven is behind it. So I think the next step for him would be to travel to Riften and try to figure that out for himself. Do some kind of investigation there. So that is what we're going to do. The Sovereign Jester has entered the room. Welcome. But I think we're going to go by way of the Sleeping Giant because we need some sleep and I don't feel like setting up a camp. So we're going to go there and freshen up. In the meantime, we can have some tea. Some hominid jerky. Hominid jerky. Gotta love it. So I'm using the Alchemy and Cooking Overhaul. I'm using a Poisons Overhaul. I'm using I Need. Still not convinced I've got them all working together properly, but at this point, I'm just going with it. Okay, let's go this way. Now, what I don't know is, since killing the Sinister Seven, I'm not sure if the minions are still going to pop up from time to time and come after me. As you saw at the beginning of this video, or toward the beginning of this video anyway, even the minions are powerful enough to take me out. Like, some of them can one-shot me, so I really don't know what to expect there. That would actually be kind of cool if they kept coming, but I really don't know if that's what happens or not. So I guess we'll see. Fair warning, though, if you are planning on using the Sinister 7 mod and you're planning on playing some kind of a low magic playthrough, those are probably not going to be compatible ideas. Every one of the mercenaries that you kill is absolutely loaded with enchanted items. So, yeah. I think that was the only way the mod author had, to a certain extent anyway, of making them a challenge for the player, you know. I loaded the mod when my character was already at level 20, so I didn't start seeing any of the assassins show up until I hit level 20. Hey.
I've been looking for you.
Yeah?
Got something I'm supposed to deliver.
Come on.
Your hands only.
Come on.
Let's see here.
Tell
Looks
me.
like that's it. Got to go.
Now, what we're hoping is that this is a letter from the alchemist in Windhelm. That would be amazing. What? What is this? "13th of Frostfall." Oh, we can get those memorized. This, I'm actually wondering if this mysterious note is from the Laboratorium player home mod, actually. I think. Excuse me. Yeah, I tried to use the Laboratorium player home mod in my playthrough. I thought it might be kind of fun.
In the name of the Yar,
Oh, come on.
you
What?
have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people.
Oh,
What
shit.
say you in your defense?
I forgot. This is part of Whiterun Hold, isn't it? So you're saying you're just going to take me to jail, and then I'm going to be free to go after you tried to kill my crew and discovered that I was spiking your cider with human body parts. I don't think you're just going to let me go, so I think I might have to double down on my criminal lifestyle.
Then suffer the Emperor's wrath.
All right. Other way, quickly. Hey, man. It's the life of a criminal. What are you going to do? All right, we got a couple of options. There is a bandit camp not far from here. We could root that place out, commandeer it for the night. Be a good place to hide out from the authorities. It's kind of right around here somewhere, isn't it? Yeah. Here we go. Stupid authorities. I love it when the big warrior types try to come after the skinny little Bosmer and find themselves paralyzed and staring into his eyes as he knifes them to death. I really get a kick out of that.
What was that?
That would be my poison totem. I see my magical eyebrows have teleported from my face again. That's always fun. Super, super annoying, and I don't know how to fix it. What am I looking for here? Wouldn't you all like to know what I'm looking for? I don't know. Let's try this. Yeah, we're in a bit of a pickle here because we can't put this down. Hey, you want to go get the... Oh, here it is. Of course. Okay. The old tree totem. That's some good times with the tree totem. It's a great way to sort of block an area so your enemies can't pass very easily. Then it just exposes them to poison as they try to get past it. It aggroes them also, which is sort of convenient. Neat. All right. This dump is now our dump. Ah, the glory of conquest. The glory of conquest indeed. How about just a little nibble? Okay. All right. We need some rest. So we're going to go and get that. I've been through here once before, so I'm not really going to loot much. Just need access to the sleeping arrangements. So let's just do like a full 10. Okay. Super. It's going to double check hunger and thirst. We got that covered. Lavender honey tea. There we go. A little bit of our favorite hominid jerky. I imagine that being the brand name. Hominid. Put some bread. I'm going to mix it up a little bit. Stuff I will loot. It's just laying there. The gold. Stable elixirs I don't care about. You think this guy was surprised when we dared to fight a Dunmer? I wonder. These are all weak poisons. We don't want that. Yeah, look at Mr. No Eyebrows. All right, let's try our little let's try our little race menu experiment here to see if that helps me with the eyebrow fun. Take off the hat. Face cover. That's just freaky. All right. Just going to go to brow. Yes, nothing happens there. I go to hair. That pops in. Facial hair? No, nothing. So, yeah. That's just not going to work. Now what I'm concerned about is if I save it like this, like, am I really messing up the character? I don't know. Okay. Let's F5 here and reload. All right. No, Demorg, that's actually not what happened. Not even close, dude. Eola wouldn't do that. Okay, reloading the save also does not work. Let's try going through a load door once. I mean, this happens constantly, and this is not the first character I've had this issue with, and I found a lot of information about it when I Googled it, but no real solutions, except people going back to old saves and people reloading their game, and it's super annoying. Really, really annoying. What about just checking? If I turn face light off, still an issue. Yeah, just done. Okay. And you can see, too, just by looking at his head, that there's something messed up there, too. It's super annoying and disappointing. Okay. I'm going to fix this. So this break is dedicated to the Panic Monk. Hello, everyone. Okay. Let me quickly toggle over so I can see the chat. Okay. We have eyebrows back. That's neat. Oh boy. Such a nightmare running all of my shit on one machine. I don't like it. Okay. Here we are with E and B without. Much better. Now he doesn't look freakish. There's something, it's not just that his facial hair is gone, it's changing something else too. I don't know if it's the structure of his face a little bit, but it just looks, I don't know, different. Okay, now we've got to get this character to Riften, and that is probably all I'm going to have in me today. I see your eyebrows. So now we've got to be careful and clever about how we do it, because we are wanted in Whiterun Hold. We just killed another guard. That's going to up our bounty even more. We're also wanted in the Pale. Which makes anything Windhelmy sort of dicey also. So we're going to ford the river here. And this feels good. We like Nirnroot. We collect Nirnroot whenever possible, because we like making poisons. I haven't used a lot of poison in this live stream yet. I've been using a lot more in earlier in the gameplay. But I've been doing so much running around that I haven't... What is this?
Don't look at me. I didn't kill her. I was just making sure the body got buried. Mercy! Don't look at me. Time to end this little game.
I think he killed her. Obviously. So, I have been making a practice of having Brewster almost always wear a covering on his face, and that's because he doesn't know who's trying to kill him, and he's always trying to conceal his identity because he doesn't know who to trust. So that's kind of the story behind that. This is an interesting take on a druid for me. I decided I wanted a druid who wasn't all about looking rustic, you know, and dressing in furs and antlers and all that kind of stuff. I wanted sort of my own take on a druid. And I was thinking about the concept, trying to figure out, you know, what is it I'm actually going for here with this, with all of this. And I thought, you know, he's maybe not so much like a druid as, you know, insofar as the way in which he interacts with nature and how he casts his spells. Like it's like he's harnessing the power of nature as a source for his magic. Maybe the better term for it is he's an ecomancer. Could that be a thing? The ecomancer? Because I was...
Look, a cave. An exciting place to venture if you know what you're doing.
Oh. You sound so excited. Okay, we'll go in. I thought that was kind of interesting, the idea that he is got these differing points of view with Eola on what it means to be a follower of Nymeria, and that he's coming at it from sort of the Bosmer tribal perspective. She's coming at it from more of a necromancer type perspective, necromancer conjurer type perspective. Face your death. Sometimes I do like to look into their eyes as I kill them. That doesn't make me a psycho. It's just how it is. Yeah, I played around with a bunch of different terms and thoughts. But, you know, somebody who's focused on death magic and somebody who's focused on life magic. And coming up with a name for what life magic is was kind of an interesting idea. Biomancer, yeah, that one's not bad. Enviromancer. Hippiemancer. Elvenmancer? Tree hugger mancer. Granola mancer. Okay, that's enough of that.
Huh?
Yeah, enviromancer, like that should be a truck driving around my neighborhood. That should be on a truck. Like you know, like a white panel van with ladders on the top driving around my neighborhood in, say, July. So anyway, that whole thing was something that came to mind as I was thinking about how these characters, you know, work together, how they're different and how they're similar. And just made them together even more interesting. I don't know. These are the things that I think about, you know. When I'm playing the game or when I'm laying in bed at night, I'm thinking, well, how would this work? How would this fit? Does this fit? Because it was important to me that whatever he's about, it represents the power of life in all of its forms, I guess. And yes, we are using the Great Forest. I thought, well, what the hell? I got to do this if I'm playing a character who's an eco-environ biomancer, right? I played around with the idea of like botany as well, but that doesn't work because it's about plants and animals, the flora and the fauna. So, I don't know. Oh, he's got pants, yeah. Short pants. What I love about this mod, of course, is, you know, the fact that even though I've played this game for tens of thousands of hours, I still get lost. And that, for a single mod to do that. See, now I know where I am now because I have this point of reference in this waterfall I recognize. But there's so many times when it challenges me to think a little harder about how I'm navigating the environment, not, you know, taking things for granted. Yeah, this is another lovely little thing that's been happening in my game as well. Where some of the enemies after I kill them will get up and run in place like that. Very strange. Not sure what the deal is with that. Brewster, he respects and fears the Spriggan, but he doesn't give them any particularly, he doesn't give them, like, you know, any sort of honored place in the wilderness food chain, or he doesn't think of them as like sacred protectors of groves or anything like that. He sees them as creatures of the forest who are sometimes aggressive. And from whom he has to defend himself. You know, he's got to defend himself against them. Spriggans are cool. I love Spriggans. They're probably my favorite monster in Skyrim. But this character doesn't give them like an honored place just because they're creatures of nature or whatever. I mean, a bear is a creature of nature. Sabercat is, and it'll still attack you, so. Ah. Another landmark. I know where I am now. Okay, hang on. I gotta work. Okay, a phototerramancer, phototerrasozomancer. Wait. Yeah. My God, they just die before I even hit them with anything. It occurs to me that I should probably give you a rundown of my my perk setup on this guy. It would probably be okay. There you go. Have a stinking cloud, friend.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Courtesy of the Phytoteros Zozomancer. Okay, that one's dead. Bring it, friend.
I'll kill you when you escape.
You'll make a fine.
Yeah, I think D&D Grave Domain Cleric is sort of interesting. I'm actually playing a Grave Domain Cleric right now in a D&D campaign. Well, he's primarily a fighter, but I multi-classed him as a Grave Domain Cleric. Yeah, there's some similarities, I think, to that. Maybe? I don't know. Alright, I gotta focus or I'm never gonna get this. I'm just gonna burn through lockpicks. Wow. Okay. Just feeling it out. Just feeling it out. Ooh. Here we go. Take it, take it, take it. Mace of Dust already. Ooh. Oh, no thank you. So I think that this is a character who will do pieces of main Skyrim quests. I think I'll probably do a piece of the Thieves Guild quest. I might do a piece of the Dark Brotherhood quest, but I definitely don't think that I would be completing all of or any of them completely. Unless the game presents me with something completely unexpected, it's just hard to imagine that happening. But we'll see. We just hit level 40. Let's take a look. So I'm dumping everything into Magicka, whether it's smart or not. I'm doing it. Okay, let's drop out. Again. All right, we got 2 perks to spend. So like I said, Restoration and Alteration are the primary schools of magic he's interested in, with Restoration being the huge one. There's a lot more I could invest in when it comes to the fighting the undead stuff. What are we at? 92. Eternal Flame. Warrior's Flame lasts twice as long. I feel like that is a spell that gets me into trouble sometimes. Like NPCs can get aggressive when it hits them. Even if they're not enemies. Forbidden Sanctuary. When you're... Okay, this is for wards. I haven't really gotten into wards. Tome of Many Pages I'm staying away from. I just don't think I would get a lot of use out of the spells. Chalice of Tears. If you are diseased or undead, your restoration spells are 15% stronger. Well, I'm not going the undead route, really. Healing also restores stamina. I don't know. And the other option is to go this route where we do the whole spirit tutors. I've considered doing this because it could be representative of the character's spiritual awakening and just sort of setting him on this quest to travel Skyrim and find these things. And during that process, other opportunities might present themselves. So that one could be really interesting. That could be a great next chapter investment. And from here, what do we got? Shrine blessings you receive are 1% stronger. Yeah, Wheel of Life. That is cool. Okay, there's different ways I can get to it. Overflowing Cup. God, it's kind of hard to read with the overlapping thing. Receiving and casting a spell or effect when you are already at full health overheals you. That's basically like fortification. I'm not super interested in that. Excuse me. Man. I'm thinking Spirit Tutors. Let's go Spirit Tutors. Level 40. That seems like a great place to start this chapter, right? So we've just had this letter from an old acquaintance who has done their very best to try and kill you. Presumably, all 7 of these people that you have killed in that Brewster has killed in duels are people who were once your friends and you were associated with in some way. If that doesn't make a person think about their spiritual place, I guess, or question what they believe, I don't know what would. Emanate a 20-foot aura of protection. Any living allies within range who fall below 30% health are automatically healed 150 points. This effect has a 30-second cooldown per target. Shrine blessings. No, I already decided that wasn't it. Okay. I don't want to over-invest in restoration at this point. Alteration. Mage armor, I'm not interested in that because we are a light armor character. Don't need the gold. Not interested in the Vancian stuff. The Home Mythal. Home Mythal is actually something I might consider in the future, like when he's a druid who has his own domain, his own stomping ground, like dumping that in the middle of the great forest and having him be more powerful when he's surrounded by all the trees and stuff seems like a cool thing, but it's more of a role-playing consideration for me, anyway. So, nothing there, I think, that I would invest in at this point. Conjuration, I've done the bare minimum here because really all I use it for is conjuring my wolf pack. Alchemy, I've been sort of conflicted about this one. I'm not interested in like the elemental oil things quite yet. I don't really need to harvest more ingredients. I'm already always encumbered with ingredients. Speech, we can't invest in speech right now as I see it because he is basically a pariah, right? We're living out in the wilderness because we're wanted in cities. Like the relationships that he had established with vendors in Whiterun and stuff have been broken. So that's messed up. Sneak might actually be a good investment for someone who's on the lam. Fog of War, right behind you. You are adept at hiding your target's blind spot. Making sneak more effective. That could be good. What about spot detection? Nah. Tripwire is always fun. that might be a fun way to simulate, you know, Brewster setting traps for people in the wilderness and, you know, just generally being a survivalist type. I recently started investing here because I just needed to get my protection up. I don't know. Maybe I'll bank this perk. I'm sort of conflicted on what I should spend this on, so we'll keep it as is. All right. Let's continue. We're going to go... I think we're going to go around this mountain this way because we want to be moving away from Whiterun. I didn't really get to see the results of the COVID poll I did earlier. My condolences to anyone who's been affected by COVID or been fighting it. It is no fun, but it is a weird, weird virus. It affects people in so many different ways and different levels of severity. So just take care of yourselves. I believe it's finished, my dear. Now what? Oh, here we go. A bounty collector. Perfect. Oh no. That's not how it works. Yes, Demorg. I had it a year ago, and I've got it again now. Although, to be fair, last time I had it, it was sort of undiagnosed. It was diagnosed, but untested. Did I just get eaten? I did. It's got munched. So it was diagnosed by a doctor, but that was before tests were available. So I just sort of quarantined on my own and wrote it out. And at the time, nobody really knew. Nobody really, you know, there weren't any official recommendations on anything. You know, as far as how long you were supposed to quarantine and all of that stuff. So I quarantined for like a whole month. This time, you know, the tests are all over the place. I mean, when I needed a test, I just went and got one, you know. Took me 20 minutes or whatever. So wasn't a big deal. And I had the results back in less than 24 hours, like probably like 12 hours or something, had the results. So there we go. bastard. Got him with the wild mushroom. Now it's all over, man. Yeah. That wild mushroom, I tell you what. No, I don't feel like it's weaker this time around. I will tell you, like, this time around, the body aches have kicked my ass really hard. Like, that's been the worst part of it, is the body aches. Yeah, I mean... Okay, let's check our map here. So there's a pass through here. Was this Morthal? Yeah, it probably makes sense for us to try to go through here. So yeah, this time the fever got up to 101, and then it went away. Most of the issues have really been there. I haven't contended as much with the shortness of breath this time. That was an issue the first time, but not too bad. All right. So I don't know. I think the one thing that I've definitely noticed this time around that I didn't before was the loss of sense of smell. Like that is for real, and it is very weird. I guess it's not at all what I expected it to be. I don't know what I was expecting. I guess I thought, okay, so I lose my sense of smell. That means that I can't smell things that I would have been able to smell before, or something like that, or I don't smell anything. That's actually not how it seems to be working. It's like I can only smell one thing, if that makes sense. It's like it's weird. It's like this sensation has taken over the inside of my nose that blocks out any other sensation. So if you've ever been in a really cold climate before and you've gone outside and breathed in through your nose, and you get this weird sensation in your sinuses, it feels almost like your nasal cavity is so overwhelmed with the cold, it's almost like has a metallic type of smell to it. When I was trying to describe it to someone else, I described it as imagine that you just snorted a line of baking powder, and that's what you smell all the time. That part really sucks and was very unexpected. My sense of taste seems to be unaffected. Oh, hey, look at that. So yeah, that's pretty weird. There's no doubt this is like, it's a super, super strange virus. By any description, it's just really out there. I think that's probably what makes it such a challenge to treat, is because it manifests differently in different people, depending on pre-existing conditions and your age and all these other things. Yeah, so, yeah, if you've snorted baking powder, you know what this feels like. It's not that you can't smell anything, it's that you can only smell that. And it also it also gives you the same feeling when you inhale through your nose, like back in your sinuses, that you would get if you were outside on a very, very cold day and breathing in the cold air. You know, it's kind of like your sinuses tingle, and then you have this metallic kind of thing you're smelling that's just so overwhelming you can't smell anything else. It's very fun. Whoa, whoa. All right, well, let's see if we can get our asses to Riften, and then I'm going to call it for the day. Hey. Hey, friend.
You're one of Namira's faithful now.
Why don't you walk on my right?
Of course.
Eola is the only one I allow to walk on my right. When Rumarin is traveling with me, he has to be on the left. So that begs the question, how the hell did Rumarin get into this mix? Well, the way I'm playing it is that Rumarin was or is an acquaintance of Eola. I haven't decided how they met or how they know each other. But if you've played it all with Rumarin, he's got a real laissez-faire, live and let live kind of attitude about the world. If a Skyrim character could be open-minded, he would probably be the most open-minded. And so, if ever there was a character who would be okay with Eola and her lifestyle, it would be Rumarin. And so I brought Rumarin into the story right around the point where Brewster discovered that he was being hunted by the Sinister Seven. And I played that up as Eola realizing that the threat was real after they faced the first attack and bringing in some extra firepower. And so Rumarin started traveling with them as a favor to Eola at first, because she was asking for help. But then over time, got to know Brewster, and they too are friends now, and they are kind of a threesome. They travel together quite a bit. I put both of these characters. I had them stop following me probably around level 33. And I did levels 33 to 39 solo. That was a way for me to try to play up this idea that we had, faced down 4 mercenaries together so far and made it out, and now the bad ones were coming, and he didn't want his friends to get killed, so he went off to try and face the remaining ones himself, until he was able to find out where the 7th was and knew that he had the upper hand. Then he brought Eola in to help him track down or stalk that last one and kill her. So that's kind of how I played that. So Rumarin is still back in Solitude. And then, of course, we have Argus at our disposal as well, but I don't know if I'm going to use him or not. There may be some special occasions where I do. But it's kind of the plan. What there is of it. Yeah, Rumarin from Interesting NPCs. He is probably one of my favorite followers of all time. I love his lines. I love his attitude. I love his whole vibe. And that was kind of purely accidental. It wasn't something that I planned to do. But we got to that point in the story where we were going to get the White Phial, which takes us to Forsaken Cave, which is right near where Rumarin shows up. And just before we were getting ready to leave Windhelm to go to Forsaken Cave, I got a letter from a courier warning of, a strange elf hanging out along the road and blah, blah, blah. And I thought, oh, hey, let's go get him. We're right here. Time for the pack. Let's go. Let's go get him.
You think you stand a chance?
Well, there's more. Ooh, consummate potions. That's good. And potent ones. Take those. Oh, shit. Farmer got caught up. I didn't realize that. Yeah, see, sometimes my wild mushroom affects my followers, too, and I don't know why. I don't know what the hell. Ooh, look at that big boy. Okay, we're going to leave him alone. Let's keep moving on. I might not make it to Riften, folks. Can't stop in Windhelm, though, either. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to stop at the Night Gate here, and then I'm going to call it a day. This seems like a safe place. And we'll pause. I'll probably be doing a stream or two. I'm going to be convalescing all weekend and stuff like that, so there'll probably be more pop-up streams. I don't have a plan for schedule or anything like that. I just take it as it comes. Whenever I feel good, I do it. So.
Well met. Fine day to you.
Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
So, all right. I think this is where we are going to end it, friends and neighbors. It has been so wonderful doing a live stream with y'all, seeing all of your faces again virtually. And I'll catch you for the next one. There'll probably be pop-up streams. If I feel so inspired to put something out in advance, I will. But right now, we just don't know how things are going. I don't know.
Hey,
I like
Morris,
I
why
like to
don't you
sleep a
take off
lot,
that
you know?
stupid armor and wear
Anyway,
something that suits you?
I'll talk to y'all later. Take it easy and take care of yourselves. Goodbye.
I can see your jokes coming from an ocean away. Sad thing is, a dress would look better on me than on that troll carcass.